아, 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 아.
bottom of inflation before it climbs back up.
So I don't think we, 3% is
여러분 안녕하세요. 뉴스 읽어주는 여자 다시 왔습니다. 점점 재금치 안녕하세요. 네, 안녕하세요. 벌써 시청자분들이 와가지고 기분이 좋네요. 여러분 지금 월요일 한국 시간으로 10시 30분 참 열기 전에 딱 1시간 전이고 우리가 주원씨랑 같이 여기 뉴스를 전달하기 위해서 이렇게 방송을 했습니다. 물론 뉴스도 전달하는 게 좋은데 매매를 좀 해봐야 되지 않을까 싶은데 지금 가격, 나스닥 가격 보니까 또 올라갔네? 와, 또 18,000까지 올라가는데
Do you think that right now,
참
where benchmark rates are and frankly the treasury market, that
놀랍네요,
conditions
진짜.
truly are
놀라워요.
restrictive if we're not seeing that
아무튼 뭐
weakness?
때문일지 주원 씨한테 물어볼까요? 주원 씨 안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요 여러분, 반갑습니다. 요한입니다. 우리 뉴스님은 오늘도 저한테 숙제를 주시네요. 아까 웅어 시간에 운전으로 가고 있던 건 지금 21시 50분부터 상승 목표로 바뀌어서 지금 나스닥이 아직은 플러스로 전환했고요. 전체는요. 나스닥에서 전환 안 했고 그 때문에 우리가 아직 오를 건 아니고 사실 운전을 해야 돼요. 왜냐면 애플이 지금 마이너스, 여러분들도 보시고 있지만 마이너스 1% 하고 있고요. 마이크로소프트 0.3% 마이너스 상황인데요. 참 대장점. 구글도 0.0%, 메타도 0.43%, 아마존이 근데 양점을 했고요. 테슬라는 마이너스 상황이고요. 나머지는 아직 모르겠는데 엔비디아가 또 오늘도 플러스죠. 그것 때문에 아직 또 상승의 운동이 가는 것 같고요. 지금 현재 달러 인덱스는 하강으로 가고 있고요. 그렇기 때문에 주식이 올라가고 있는 게 아닐까 그런 생각을 하고 있고요. 10년물 채권 금리, 2년물 채권 금리 약간 행보 중이고요. 비트코인은 또 다시 상승으로 변동기 얘기가 나오면서 또다시 상승하면서 약간 조정이 지금 시작되고 있고요. 완전 자산인 골드는 조금씩 올라가고 있네요. 그 이유는 5일 때문에 그런 것 같아요. 5일이 지금 급격하게 변하는 중동 사태, 러시아 사태, 이런 여러 부분들 때문에 지금 말들이 많아요. 그래서 그런 부분 때문에 그렇지 않나 그런 생각을 하고요. 또 뉴스님 오늘도 매매하기는 힘들어진 것 같아요. 저는 솔직히. 왜냐면 매수 아까도 잡을 수 있어도 쉽지 않은 상황이었거든요. 근데 지금 또 곡선이 일본 부분 기준으로 급박하게 상승하고 있어요. 그렇기 때문에 좀 유심히 봐야 되는 상황이 아닐까 그런 생각이 들고 있고요. 잠시 아까도 오후 시간에 말씀드렸던 발표는 금번 시에 미국 1월 신규 주택 판매 중요합니다. 이전에는 164K였고요. 예상은 684K. 조금 더 좋아지고 있다고 판단할 건데 그건 모르겠어요. 그게 낙달의 체감에 영향을 미칠 수 있습니다. 왜냐하면 이거에 그대로 경기가 좋다. 아니면 이제 경기가 좀 안 좋아지는구나. 이런 부분이 있을 수 있고요. 0030분에 미국 2월 달러스 연준은 제조업 지수가 있습니다. 예상 이전은 마이너스 27.4였고 안 좋았죠. 그게 좀 올라온다고 보고 있어요. 예상 마이너스 14 보고 있고요. 현재 시에 미국 국채 2년물 발행금리가 그동안 이전은 4.35%였습니다. 그다음에 현재 시에 미국 국채 5년물 발행금리 이전에 4.09%였고요. 잘 될 것 같고요. 속도는 아직은 높고요. 주요 일정은 2년, 5년 국채 경매, 실적은 6시 06년 6시 아이러브, 그렇죠. 워크데이, 그다음에 MWC 바로메셀로가 2024 개최가 있고요. 덕후쇼가 실적 발표인데 현금도 역대 최고네요. 우리 워렌 버핏 형님께서 지금의 주식장 표준화 왔다. 참 좋다. 불안하다. 그래서 현금도 하고 있는 시스템 상황이고요. 국제 뉴스로는 캐시우도 누나가 저희 한국에서는 돈 넘은 이런 캐시우도 누나죠. TSMC, 엔비디아 지분을 매달렸어요. 그러니까 손해를 받겠죠. 엔비디아 지분이 이렇게 올라갔는데 그거 있고요. 이전님들께서 막 질문들이 막 있으시네. 바르셀로나에서 무슨 모임인가요? 하시는데 바르셀로나에서 NWC라고 바르셀로나 2024 개최입니다. 휴머노이드 개발하며 떠오르는 회사가 있나요? 우리나라 같은 경우에는 있죠. 그리고 잠깐만 우리 청취자들도 죄송한데요. 저희 많이 초보입니다. 그러니까 좀 천천히 좀 질문 부탁드리고요. 코인베이스 평가가 내려간가요? 내려갔다고 할 수 있죠. 하지만 비트코인 올라가는데 왜 내려갔나? 그 여러 가지 이유가 있겠죠. 네, 그렇게 보시면 될 것 같습니다. 하여튼 오늘 일정도 지는데 이렇게 되어 있고요. 암호화폐에서는 마이크로 스트레이지가 X 해킹으로 마이크로 스트레이지에서는 X 해킹으로 44만 불의 피싱 피해를 당했다고 하네요. 에너지는 유가 달러를 강세 하락을 했고요. 이런 상황으로 여러 가지 있습니다. 이런 일정으로 오늘 장을 보는데 문제는 오늘 뉴스님도 본론은 매매를 하셔야 된단 말이에요. 근데 제가 오늘 저희가 금일날은 정말 우리가 적정했단 말이죠. 내부 포지션이 그대로만 유지했다면 어마어마한 수익률을 발생을 시킬 수 있었죠.
네.
근데 지금은 제가 합을 말씀 못 드리겠습니다. 일단 여기까지입니다. 저는.
근데 진짜 저 오늘 완전 매도로 생각하고 있었는데 역대침 매도로 들어갔었으면 완전 잘못했을걸요? 역시 제가 감이 다 떨어졌나 보다. 네, 지금 또 올라가는 거 사실 말이 안 되잖아요. 가격이 겁나 높잖아요, 지금. 올라가면 안 되니까. 왠지 조금 더 기다리면, 한 시장 열 때까지 좀 기다리고, 그리고 그때 매도로 들어가면 되지 않을까 싶어요. 왜냐면, 돈은 올라갈 수 없을 것 같은데, 제 사실 그냥 제 마음이 그래요. 제발 올라가지 마라. 좀 떨어져라. 지금 너무하잖아, 너 스타일 진짜. 아무튼 그렇고요. 지원 씨 얘기하듯이 오늘 별다른 발표가 없는데 그래도 그때도 조심해야죠. 12시, 1시 반, 4시쯤 발표가 있으니까 그때까지 조심하시고 긴장 좀 해야 될 것 같은데 아무리 월요일이라도 원래 월요일은 되게 차분한 날이잖아요. 근데 오늘은 좀 심상치 아닌 것 같아요. 왜냐면 가격이 너무 무서우니까. 지금 차트 보니까 조금 떨어지고 있는데 들어가도 괜찮지 않을까 싶은데 그래도 요즘은 제가 혼자는 매매를 잘 못하고 주원 씨한테 물어봐야 될 것 같아요. 주원 씨 어떻게 생각하세요? 지금 매도로 들어가면 의미가 있을까요? 아니면 더 기다려야 되지 않을까요?
리스님 또 저에게 부담을 주시는군요. 항상 보시면 기다리시다 마이즈 하시겠어요. 항상 매매는 타이밍입니다. 잠시 짧은 매도를 보셨으면 좀 전에 보셨던 게 맞는 것 같고요. 안발전 25를 돌파했을 때 거기서 봤으면요, 거기 매물대가 좀 많았었거든요. 그걸 봤어야 되는 것 같고요. 지금은 매도를 들어간다? 뭐 추세를 보면 들어갈 수 있겠죠. 그거가 저는 오늘은 개인적으로 아직 남아있는 장시장 약 50분, 53분 전인데 장시장을 저는 기다릴 것 같고요. 오늘 시작하면서 우리 청취자분들한테 이런저런 좀 설명을 또 전달 많이 해드렸는데요. 잠시 5분은 좀 아닌 것 같고 3분 시간하고 다시 할까요? 그 사이에 좀 더 지켜보시죠.
to augment the AirPods and the Vision Pro and the Apple Watch. One thing they looked at a few years ago was a smart ring, similar to what Samsung
네,
did,
알겠습니다. 그럼 우리가
formerly
조금
this
이따가
week, but
다시
I don't actually believe the
오겠습니다.
smart ring is currently still in development or something that Apple is planning at this point to bring to market. But more interestingly are how they can blend AR and AI into new head-worn AR devices, right? And so one consideration is smart glasses, not AR glasses, but smart glasses with clear lenses, but that use special speakers and external cameras that use AI, right? And voice control. The cameras can see what you're looking at, and then you can use your voice to help understand your surroundings. You can use your voice sort of like you normally would with Siri, and they would be a sort of upgraded type of AirPods with better battery life and new sensors. The other thing they're looking at is simply adding that same technology into AirPods. So having AirPods with cameras in it, so they could identify your surroundings, and you can use all sorts of AI and AR features with that to really have a better understanding of the world around you. Now, ultimately, like I said, I don't think the Ring is going to come to market. I do believe the AirPods will get cameras and additional sensors, however, one day. And I do believe they're taking a very close look if they're going to release sort of non-AR display glasses as a stepping stone to those eventually coming out probably 5 years from now.
So Mark, do they complement the iPhone or replace it?
Yeah, I think all these products are complementary products to the iPhone. I think there was a lot of discussion a few years ago about the idea of augmented reality glasses replacing the iPhone. My take on that has changed. I don't necessarily think the iPhone is going to go anywhere. Just like people thought that iPads and bigger smartphones would cannibalize laptops, right? Laptops have gone absolutely nowhere. But will they change in form factor? Will the phone eventually become the laptop? I think that everyone is going to still carry phones for decades to come. You still need that sort of main device. You need that product with that bigger display. But AR glasses will eventually arrive to augment that. I think the bigger shift is going to be from perhaps the watch or the ring that some people are doing to more of those head-worn portable products.
I'm just sitting here trying to imagine a world where people are even more distracted and separated from other people in the reality, and then instead kind of communicating with them in some sort of technological or metaverse, if you will, that's been left for dead. I mean, is that the reality that we're talking about? Some people were talking about the idea that some of these wearables would replace the need to be glued to a screen, but you're saying that's not it at all. This is just another way to reach the metaverse.
Yeah, I don't think the metaverse is influenced here. I don't think this has much to do with the metaverse. I think that the ultimate vision are these augmented reality glasses. This won't be in the next 2 years. This won't be under $1,500. This is going to be 5 years from now. and very expensive. The idea being that you're getting all that information you normally get on Apple Watch into your field of view. And I think there's room for multiple products, right? I think there's room for the Vision Pro at home as sort of a entertainment and content consumption device, maybe as a computer replacement, right? I think that's a very viable situation. And then on the go, right, instead of normally using your Apple Watch as you're out and about, you have those augmented reality glasses. You can use them to do your music playback. You can use them to do your voice control, your text messages, your phone calls, all on the go, things you normally use for a phone as you're walking down the street or you're walking amongst the office, right? Whereas maybe you would use the phone when you're sitting down for a little bit more complex task. And if you want to get real work done, maybe you're using a Vision Pro or an iPad or a laptop or some such. But the big idea is that all of these products need to work together and integrate. And Apple is not going to let each product cannibalize each other. They're going to leave room for the products to work better together because they technically want consumers to own everything. They don't want you to choose between one product or another. They want you to have a watch on your wrist, glasses on your face, a phone in your pocket, right? A Vision Pro at home to do more, a laptop to do even more than that, maybe an iPad for the airplane.
Well, if you're buying the glasses, why would you need to buy the Vision Pro? Is it that much? Would it be that much better?
Well, there would be different use cases, right? The glasses would be an augmented reality only product. It wouldn't be all encompassing. It wouldn't be extraordinarily immersive like the Vision Pro is, right? So if you need to sit down to watch a movie, you're going to want to use a Vision Pro versus AR glasses. The other thing is computing performance, right? The glasses will have enough performance that has to balance enough to have proper battery life, right? So you would wear those throughout the day, but if you want to get real work done, you need better performance to do photo editing or video editing or to watch a 3D movie, you're going to need the Vision Pro. So they are two distinct products.
And Mark, as you know, Tim Cook and Mark Zuckerberg are hardly best of friends. Do you see Meta and Apple being bigger competitors with each other in the years to come?
Absolutely. I think that Meta has taken sort of the Android and the Google role in this, XR world. Android has not shown their XR version yet. I expect them to do that this year at the earliest, by next year, in the beginning of next year at the very latest. But certainly, the big approach that Meta should be taking is looking to license some of their hardware patents, some of their expertise, some of their operating system to third parties and get the Meta operating system and Meta services and platform onto as many third-party devices as possible, just like Android did with their smartphone approach. And Apple is going to continue to release their own
네,
third-party
잠시
devices.
피방이 났고요. 돌아왔습니다. 청취자 여러분들. 저의 생각대로 지금 잠시 상승이 멈추고 매도하다가 지금 여기서 기싸움을 하고 있는 것 같아요. 창 시작 전에 약간의 조정인 것 같은데요. 근데 저는 개인적으로 여기서부터 하락할 수 있다고 봅니다. 왜냐면 15분간에서도 계속 올랐고요. 1시간 봉에서도 좀 오르고 있고요. 4시간 봉에서도 오르고 있는데 조정이 좀 있지 않을까 이런 생각 좀 하고 있고요. 하여튼 이런 부분은 좀 더 추후에 뉴스님한테 말씀드리고 좀 더 지켜보는 걸로 그렇게 하고 있겠습니다.
네, 좀 지켰습니다. 그럼 우리가 일단 뉴스 보면서 괜찮은 소식이 있으면 제가 준비할 거고 그리고 매매를 하고 싶은데
Yeah, the Google question is certainly an interesting one. It is a head scratcher. They had such a stronghold over the smartphone market with Android, and it is a big, colossal failure for Google. I think that they completely missed the boat on an augmented reality or virtual reality or mixed reality operating system. They worked on it for many years. They were really at the forefront of this, but they really missed out. What they really needed to do was sort of create this XR equivalent to Android and license it to as many headset makers as possible. Right now they're working with Samsung on a mixed reality headset for release, I believe, early 2025. That they
전
believe
계속
will be
승부하시라고
Pro.
하고 싶은데
But at this point, I think it's too little too
승부하시
late.
아니잖아요, 그쵸?
Their best
승부하시
bet,
아니고
and I don't anticipate this necessarily happening, is figuring out a way to partner with
어떻게 설명해야
Meta
될까요?
and going
요즘에
in
되게
together with Meta
핫하잖아요.
because they are so behind at this point. Now, one fun fact is that the Meta
구글인가?
XR operating
글라스인가?
system is based
아무튼
on
안경?
So a lot of the underpinnings
안경인데
there
지금
about how
되게
they
핫한
decided to bring such a
이슈인데
partnership to market. And in terms of
쓸데없이
the
비싸요.
interesting thing about Apple is that what you're
리스님, 구글이 아니라 애플에서 나온 제품입니다.
네,
네네.
내 말은 그 구글 말고 그 구글 그 글라스 영어로 우리 조현 씨 그 영어
아하,
좀
네네네네.
네네네. 아무튼 되게 그 쓸데없이 비싸고 한 달러로 좀 $3,000? $4,000 정도? 되게 비싼데 약간 여러 가지 보고 리뷰 봤을 때 되게 좋은 인형 같고 약간 재밌네 재밌는데 근데 쓸데없어요 별로 쓸데없고 너무 비싸요. 그러니까 일단은 그 기능도 너무 애매해가지고 밖에 이거 쓰고 밖에 나가기는 좀 그렇잖아요. 너무 이상한 사람처럼 보일 수 있으니까 그래서 아직까지는 안 사는 게 좋지 않을까 싶어요. 너무 비싸요.
네네, 맞습니다. 이스님 말씀처럼 뭐든지 처음에 나왔을 때는 기다리는 게 좋죠. 좀 더 이 제품의 첫 차량도 그렇죠. 처음에 드시는 저렴은 혹시나 어떠한 알려지지 않는 무슨 하자가 있나 그런 거 체크하고 좀 더 부담을 나오고 좀 오고자 한데요. 제가 봤을 때는 애플의 그 모델 때문에 근데 대단하더라고요. 저희가 그 옛날 영화에서 보던 것들이 되는 거죠. 정말 가상현실이 앞으로 저희도 그랬었잖아요. 처음에 옛날에 삐삐라는 데 나오고 핸드폰이 처음 나왔을 때 지금 어느 누가 우리의 모바일이 이렇게까지 발전할 거고 이렇게 빨라질 거라 누가 생각했었나요? 예, 그렇기 때문에 이런 부분들은 일색을 보고서 계속 열심히 봐야 되고 그런 것들 때문에 움직이는 주가들이나 거기에 관련된 주식 회사들은 저희가 열심히 잘 살펴봐야지 투자의 좋은 지름길이 된다고 생각합니다.
맞습니다. 여러분 진짜 되게 좋은 얘기고 그리고 진짜 이런 현실 봤을 때 미래는 지금이다 이런 생각도 들고 진짜 사실 기능적으로 봤을 때 진짜 대단한 그 제품인데 아직까지는 좀 부족한 부분이 있긴 하지만 그리고 가격도 엄청 비싸지만 그렇기 때문에 좀 기다리는 게 나을 수도 있고 왜냐면 사실 3,000, 4,000원 가지고 그 다른 애플 제품을 여러 가지 살 수 있잖아요. 예를 들어 MacBook 프로 하나, 아이패드 프로 하나 하고 그리고 애플 워치 아니면 아이폰 14, 16 지금 어떤 거 나오는지 잘 모르겠지만 아무튼 이거 다 살 수 있는데 굳이 이거 글라스도 굳이 글라스가 살 필요 있나 싶기도 하고 아무튼 사실 사는 사람이 있어요. 물론 대부분 다 너무 신기해서 아니면 그냥 신기해서 궁금해서 사는 사람이 있는데 약간 보니까 대부분 그냥 더 유명한 돈 많은 유튜버 여러 가지 유튜브 리뷰 보시면 사실 재밌어요. 재밌는데 나는 나랑 사기 같다 이런 생각도 들어요. 지금도
Everything you need to get set for the start of U.S. trading. This is Bloomberg, the Open, with Jonathan Farrow.
맞다. 미신법. 앵글라스고 미신법.
Coming up in the show, stocks prevaricate ahead of a busy week for economic data. Early season marches on US retailers taking up the battle. Donald Trump tightens his grip on the GOP after taking South Carolina. We begin with the big and only issue in the world.
맞아요. 리스닝 말씀처럼 제가 리스닝이랑 이렇게 리스닝 방송에 함께 참여한 이유가 저는 약간 실전 경험이 리스닝보다 좀 많은 것 같고요. 리스닝은 저는 외국의 정보를 정확히 파악하는 데 빠르신 분이어서 이 두 가지가 합쳐지면 엄청난 시너지효과가 나타나지 않을까. 그 때문에 저는 오늘도 리스닝 때 좋은 정보를 저 리스닝을 직접 들어서 너무너무 고맙습니다.
아니요, 제가 더 고맙죠. 이렇게 좋은 시간 같이 방송하면서 되게 재밌어가지고 오히려 제가 혼자 방송했을 때 약간 좀 심심하지 않을까 싶어서 예를 들어 재밌는 뉴스 있으면 재밌는 뉴스에 대해서 뭐 얘기하고 설명할 수 있는데 근데 뭐 진짜 뭐 쓸데없이 뉴스가 나오잖아요. 그때 할 말이 없어요. 할 말도 없고 내가 매매에 집중할 수밖에 없고 매매를 하고 있는데 해야 되고 지금 할 타이밍이 아닌데 지금 바빠 죽겠어 이런 상황이 많았는데 지금 매매를 조금 완전히 할 수 있어서 좀 시작해 감사하다고 싶습니다.
저도 너무 재밌고요. 근데 가끔가다 폰폰을 쓰세요. 이게 뭐 좀 문제입니다. 청취자 정말입니다. 이거 진실입니다. 꼭 알아두십시오.
네, 알겠습니다. 지금 시작 30분 전이고 낙석이 아직은 애매하기도
So I think, if you look at the macro backdrop, we're in a soft landing. Growth data has been solid. Inflation now, it's not a straight line down 6%, but a lot of the inflation indicators are heading
그러면 가는 거죠, 리스닝. 뭐 인생 뭐 있습니까? 그러면 가는 거죠.
갈 거예요. 걱정하지 마세요. 갈 거예요.
Very positive for risk assets, despite what's happening on the valuation front, is the fact that if the economic data remains strong and inflation continues to head closer to 2%, and importantly, the Fed, it's a question of when, not if. The Fed is still talking about rate cuts.
여러분
All that
혹시
is a very
필요하시면
positive risk
얘기해주세요.
environment. But I would say you have to be careful. Think about the tail risks, owning some treasuries at some point, especially given how much those cuts have been pared back, is a nice way to hedge what if things do worsen a little bit. Having some inflation protection, what if inflation doesn't head as quickly to 2%? So I think, I'm positive risk assets.
근데 리스닝 제가 그 전부터 참 이게 안타까웠던 건데요. 이 뮤직이 참 좋거든요. 예, 장에 두근두근거리는 느낌과 또 우리 청취자분들은 야한 가요라든지 신나는 옛날 노래라든지 이런 거 많이 좋아하세요. 근데 그런 여기서 들려드릴 수 없다는 거. 이게 이제 유튜브에 제가 설명을 들었더니 저작권 문제가 있거든요. 실시간. 그게 너무 안타깝고 저도 너무 안타까워 보는데 그래도 리스님께서 갖고 계시는 음악도 해주시니 너무 감사합니다. 근데 한번 그거는 저희도 업그레이드 방법을 계속 찾아보겠습니다.
네, 유튜브 저작권 진짜 이것 때문에 진짜 꼴찌 아파요. 저도 시간을 돌려주고 싶은데 근데 약간 이런 거 있잖아요. 음악 같은 거 일할 때 잔잔한 음악 이런 음악밖에 없으니까 진짜 짜증나요. 한번 찾아볼게요. 우리 방송 보시면 잠들 수 있으니까 그러시면 안 되니까
그리고 청취자 여러분들 뭐 가벼운 질문이든 복잡한 질문이든 어려운 질문도 상관없습니다. 저희가 분명 지시가 안 되지만 어떻게든 저희가 공부해서 답변 드릴 테니까요. 궁금한 사항이나 이런 거 있으면 채팅창 해봐 아니면 이거 좀 좋고요. 하나둘 질문 주세요. 리스님은 질문은 천천히 하는 분 옆에 계시기 때문에 필요한 질문만 반응을 하겠습니다. 그러나 청취자분들은 장이라든지 빠른 얘기라든지 그런 거 채팅창에 남겨주시면 저희가 최대한 답변 드리도록 노력하도록 하겠습니다.
아니면 다른 질문도 궁금하시면 항상 물어보셔도 됩니다. 뭐 예를 들어 오늘은 저녁 식사 뭘 드셨어요? 뭐 이런 질문도 괜찮습니다. 아무튼 기다리겠습니다.
개인적으로 눈쌤님은 노화짝같이 소녀라고 생각하시면 됩니다.
I take you back a couple of weeks to CPI. CPI came in stronger than expected, higher than anticipated, and that has really bothered a lot of people in the markets. We've seen a big move up in yield since then. Does PCE follow and do the same thing? Now, as you can see, it runs a bit lower than CPI, and the Fed watches the lower number of PCE. So it's a little bit which way this goes in terms of how Wall Street's going to be thinking about what the Fed might do. Speaking of thinking about what the Fed might do, it's also time to start paying attention again, maybe to Fed officials. We got a lot of Fed speak this week, including a lot of people on Thursday and Friday who will be reacting to that PCE number. But again, I want to point out to the bottom there, Jay Powell speaks next week, March 6th and 7th. His Humphrey Hawkins testimony. That's really going to be the thing that people focus on. One other thing we will focus on this week in terms of the economy. Wall Street tends to ignore. You can see all the red dots on this. That's when we've had government shutdowns, and it doesn't really change the stock market, consumer confidence, or GDP. You can see the last one there in 2018-19 had virtually no effect. So we get a lot of publicity. That's been something that matters a lot in terms of all this other stuff going on.
month-over-month number is important. Year-over-year, there's base effects. But I would argue January data is often very hard to read. December, January, you've got weather distortions, seasonal distortions, but the market still reacted a lot because this Fed is very data-driven, data point-driven, I would argue. Every data point matters. The market is well balanced. You really have to get more rounded up on the buy side and the markets are more, but we're pretty positioned here for that.
All I need is a fire, burn bright. Tore my armor into pieces, fighting silhouettes in the night.
To dovetail the portfolio, Priya talks about this, the associated negative correlation between bonds and equity. You want
I've been dreaming of spires in starlight.
money has continued to pour into total return funds or credit funds. And I think that all-in-yield argument is still powerful. I mean, spreads are at the tighter end of the range. But I think for good reasons. Companies did, which was very prudent, fiscal management. Should have argued they all locked in rates. There isn't a ton of issuance in the long end. There's still that 6 trillion sitting in cash. That the moment the Fed starts to cut, is going to start to come in. So spreads are tight, but I think there's carry in those spreads. So I like, across the curve. I mean, we are looking for opportunities. When you get that spread curve steepening, or you get some concession. Those concessions are also not very high. But you start to look into where do we pick up that carry, pick up that yield, because these are attractive all-in yields. And there's a lot of money that cash is not a strategic asset. As that money starts to come in, we think corporate bonds will benefit. Maybe less spread performance, but there's absolutely room for those all-in yields to come down.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. There's still a cash destination like myself. Samir, we're stay with you a little more. Joining me now to take a look ahead of some people. If you're waking up, of course you want the price of Nvidia is. But there are other things in the world. Abigail Doolittle can encompass them all. Abby.
Well, there may be other stocks outside of NVIDIA, but we're going to start with the one that is linked and trading higher, not surprisingly. And I'm talking about Micron shipments are trading higher by about 4.5%. So really kind of top as they have started to ramp up the shipments. They addition, yes, to NVIDIA's new AI chip. They're basically riding along with the AI chip winner, moving higher. Berkshire Hathaway at 2.2%, very solid result. The stock right now heading to a record high into the open. If it opens at these levels, they did an average cash hoard of a record $167.6 billion. This on a scarcity of deals. And then finally, not to the moon, well, at the moon, but on its side, Intuitive Machines, the stock down 24%. The spacecraft company said its lander, Odysseus, which has successfully touched down on the moon last week, likely landed on the side. Initially, they thought that it landed upright, but they're saying that was faulty data. The stock into today, Manis, up 275%.
Retail earnings.
The consumer is under pressure, absolutely, and they are returning to credit cards. So we have an outstanding balance of over $1.1 trillion. But we also have to put that in context of the health of the household balance sheet.
Macy's, those kicking off the numbers tomorrow by your own.
pandemic, we weren't just buying Amazon, we were also paying down credit card debt. So while I'm certainly not advocating for the consumer to take on more credit card debt, the balance sheet does have additional wiggle room.
Potential good news, Manis. Also, the pace of markdowns has slowed at TJX. So that's your setup, and it starts tomorrow.
I feel my civic duty to get out there and use the credit card to help the great American nation. Katie, thank you very much. Katie Greifeld, setting up the consumer agenda. Samir Samana of Wells Fargo is expecting this. The consumer to, quote, weaken noticeably in the first half of this year. Alongside me this morning to discuss the upcoming events of the week and the impact on markets of this pre and this one. Samir, to you first of all, why are we going to falter? I thought the dependence of the US consumer was impenetrable.
Yeah, maybe at the upper end, but the lower end has been feeling pain for quite a while. And then you got a lot of moving back to inflation, right? It's basically been eating away at household budget, and you look at discount retailers, they've been struggling for some time. But you've got kind of some that have been, some of the larger staples names too. A lot of the smaller names have kind of fallen back, and it's one of the reasons why we're unfavorable on the consumer discretionary sector. We're also unfavorable on real estate.
교수님, 또 좋아하시는 또 장시작들이가 소리 근질근질 하시죠. 일단 교수님, 지금 매도를 기다려야 될 이유는 마이크로소프트가 아까 전에 말씀드릴 때는 마이너스인데 플러스로 양전을 전환했고요. 아마존도 플러스로 전환했는데 애플만 0.02% 내려갔어요. 그리고 혹시 지금 주가들이 장시작적으로 변하고 있기 시작해요. 지금 엔비디아도 플러스로 높아지기 시작했고요. 그러니 지금 매도는 하셔도 됩니다. 어차피 뭐 지금이 아니까. 그건 교수님 편한대로 하시는데 이제 장시작 6분 전입니다. 저한테 모험 한번 가보실까요?
그래 가봅시다. 지금 아침에 딱 떨어지고 있는데 그냥 내내로 들어가 볼까요? 들어가 보고 뭐 나가야 돼요. 그래서 일단 지금 들어가 볼게요.
매도 주문이 체결되었습니다.
역시 과감하십니다. 멋있습니다. 지금이야. 화이팅!
화이팅! 떨어져라 제발 떨어져라.
나날이네요.
아니요 아직이요.
자, 장시작 5분 전 기대됩니다. 일스님, 오늘도 매도로 생각하고 계신 거죠. 매도의 방향성을 보신 거죠. 그렇다고 하면 또 기술이 필요하실 것 같으세요. 자, 오늘은 큰 몸으로 도전하셨는데요. 또 오늘도 큰 물로 도전하셨어요. 매볼진 하나지만 낙폭이 순간 클 수 있는데요. 자, 오늘도 기술을 보여야 됩니다. 긴장하시죠.
하필 지금 이렇게 올라가고 있지? 진짜 나는 못 비교야 진짜. 분명히 계속 떨어지고 있었는데 왜 하필 내가 들어갈 때 왜 올라간 거지? 어이가 없어가지고 진짜.
제가 분명히 기다리자고 했잖아요. 장시작 때 보자고 했잖아요.
들어가라고 했잖아요. 뭐야 이거.
투자는 항상 본인의 책임이 있습니다.
여러분 잠시만요. 저 사람을 좀 해야 되는데 잠시만 기다려주세요.
일스님, 만약에 장시작과 중단가가 상승이 나올 수 있어요. 그러면 손실이 켜졌죠. 그때는 어쩔 수 없이 지금 일스님의 진입 지점이 안 좋기 때문에 평단가를 올려야 됩니다. 그러니 저한테 계약수를 좀 늘려야 될 것 같고요. 그런데 문제가 있어요. 만약에 오늘 잠깐 내려올 수가 있습니다. 그러면 무조건 일단 계약수를 줄이시는 그날처럼 작전을 사용하셔야 됩니다. 긴장하시죠. 지금 긴장감이 넘칩니다.
짜증나 죽겠어 진짜.
뉴스님, 항상 닉네임으로 계시는 뉴스님과 신기는 여자가 항상 모피가가 될 때가 좀 많더라고요. 또 모피로 또 출발하시고 편하게 못 가시네요. 편하게 못 가셔.
그러니까 말입니다. 그것이 알고 싶습니다. 이거 무슨 문제일까요? 진짜 이런 식으로 그것이 알고 싶다라는 프로그램에 나가야 되죠. 진짜. 신기하지 않아요?
에이 그것이 알고 싶다는 거 아니죠. 솔직히 그걸 아니다. 에이 이 정도만 또 이렇게 좁게 그러세요. 한 마이너스 한 2, 3분 정도 봐야지 그렇게 사람들 떨고 그런 모습 보여도 청취자분들도 진짜 아시죠.
아니 좀 그래도 좀 대단하지 않아요? 분명히 내가 들어갈 때 지금 딱 돌아가고 있어. 완전 그냥 도핑형 이런 제목으로 가야 되지 않아요? 가야 될 것 같은데 잠깐만요. 너무 많이 올라가고 있어. 지금
제가 봤을 때 장 시작 1분 전, 장 시작 1분 전
그러니까 1분 전. 아 그래도 아니야. 난 믿고 있어. 무조건 들어줘야 돼. 아무리 많이 올라가도 무조건 들어줘야 돼. 여러분.
제가 말씀드렸던 장 시작 때 다나 선수 나오고 있습니다. 다나 선수 나오고 있어요.
오케이. 시작하자마자 떨어지고 있는데.
오케이가 아닌데요. 오케이가 아닌데요. 오케이가 아니에요.
아직은 몰라요. 아직은.
자, 가자. 지현우 힘내.
와씨, 어떡해. 개빡치네, 진짜. 개빡치네. 와, 미쳤다. 와씨. 나올 뻔했어.
역시 머피녀. 역시입니다. 항상 매수 들어가시다 오늘따라 매도 들어가시고 잘못되시는군요.
여러분 잠시만요. 제가 좀 상황을 좀 수습해야 되니까 좀 잠시만요.
매도 주문이 체결되었습니다. 매수 주문이 체결되었습니다.
상황이 좀 나아지고 있는 것 같은데 아직은 위험합니다.
Cheering that history somewhat, Amazon higher by 0.5 or 0.3%, fluctuating post open. As you know, the historic Dow index is weighted by share
지금 나가야
price basis
되는데
managed rather
나가야 될
than a
상황인데
market capitalization basis. So Amazon is replacing
타이밍을 또
Walgreens
놓쳤어.
Food Alliance.
일단
The catalyst that facilitated
내려봅시다.
this was actually Walmart doing a 3-for-1 stock split, and the kind of chain reaction effect is that Walgreens drops out of the 30 stock basket. What caught my eye and I found interesting is in the press release
매수 주문이 체결되었습니다.
say that the action is reflecting the evolving nature of the American economy. This change will increase consumer retail exposure as well as other business areas in the Dow Jones Industrial Average. I think we agree, right, Manis, that even though it's kind of more than a century beyond its founding, the Dow Jones Industrial Average is just not the same benchmark it once was.
릴스님, 역시 제가 말씀드렸던 대로 장 시작하며 급격한 상승 예상된다고 했죠. 그걸 된 거를 전문용어로 지금 뿌리를 만다고 하는데요. 그걸 말아서 다행스럽게 뉴스님 수익이 가셨네요. 축하드려요. 축하.
역시 원래 스트레스 받았어. 아니 예상했어. 이게 많이 그 정도만 몰랐는데
일스님, 이제부터 중요한 건 2차 매매 타임을 잡는 거죠. 이제 뭐로 잡으시겠어요? 자, 이제 우리는 중요한 지점이에요. 이대로 제가 분명히 장 시작 때 상승 분명히 한다고 말씀드렸죠. 그대로 했고요. 그러고 그거를 급격하게 내릴 거라고 했는데 분명히 다 발견하고 있어요. 자, 여기서 다시 반등이 시작될 거냐, 아니면 이대로 하던 제대로 바뀔 거냐, 그 지금 타이밍인데요. 조금만 더 지켜보다가 다시 안정됐을 때 진입하는 걸로 결정하시죠. 잘못 들어가지면 큰 나날이 되십니다.
So these sales, they happen in the ARC Autonomous Technology and Robotics ETF. The ticker there is ARCQ. She sold 8,600 shares of TSMC on Friday. She also sold shares of TSMC and Friday sales don't necessarily reflect the moves on
volume control problem there. We'll just come back to Tony in a second, just to take you through some of the momentum in these markets. You're looking at equity markets.
Sorry about that.
Not at all. It's live TV. Stuff happens. Not at all. Look, I'm taking the bid. I'm asking you about the offer side of this trade in tech. So can we square the bid and offer?
Well, it's a historic level of waiting for the top 10 stocks as a percent of market cap in the S&P 500. It's not just NVIDIA. It's the top 10 stocks. When I got into the business in the late 1980s, is why would you use the Dow Jones Industrial Average because it's too weighted to just a few names. Why not use the S&P 500, which is more representative of the many names? And I think we're having that same discussion now. Of course, it's surrounding NVIDIA. It's not. When you look at SMCI, that is currently accounting for 20% of gain in the Russell 2000. I believe the Russell 2000 Bloomberg and the HTSprogramm. You would be actually down in the Russell 2000 without that one stock that actually is nowhere near a small cap stock. So I think what we have to do is not just look at it as NVIDIA, but how the major indices that we track performance are calculated. And at this point, as I've been saying for the last 6 months, I think it's inappropriate and much more skewed to the liquid way.
We're going into the last gas of understanding what's going on. Balance sheets. We're not going to find out about balance sheets. Can you fight against that? We've got Colin Kelleher warning about governance in that area. That was his message at Bloomberg House in Davos. He warned about, physician heal thyself. Stop looking at the bank. Stop trying to raise our capital, which is a good banker should do to fight back against that. And then he said, throw these other guys and girls on the box. Private credit.
How do you do that? So let's look at how you get this. Is a really important topic that I don't think we talk about. If you're a bank, you have a cost of capital. It's a rate, whatever rate you're basing on, that's your cost of capital. That's why the yield curve first shuts down, and it did. The traditional hedge funds and private credit pension plans and endowments are paying you typically 1 to 2% to take the capital, which means you can take a higher risk in a different or a difficult economic scenario. That's replicated in the market share, and I think that's why we've been able to avert a recession. The key question will become when all of those private equity and venture firms have to roll over that debt and get closer to the rollover cliff. It's going to get steeper as long as those rates remain so high.
Is that an accident? Is that a precipitous moment? Is that a turning point in the flag, red flag, zero slowdown?
linear business is not going anywhere. The sports business is moving and is going to figure itself out between digital and linear. It's an unbelievably healthy market. They all have to be in it. They all want to. Every single one of them.
뉴스님 어떡해요. 뉴스님의 감이 너무나 강하게 맞았어요. 아까 매도 그대로 다시 따졌으면 엄청난 수익이네요. 어떡해요. 죄송합니다.
양해하시겠어. 적당히 하세요, 좀. 안 그러니 제가 지금 돈을 좀 포함하고 있는데, 그래도 제가 30만 원 벌었잖아요. 충분해요. 저는 이걸로 만족해요, 진짜.
그러면 다행이죠. 근데 청취자 여러분, 그래도 저희가 물론 장애 예측은 없습니다. 투자 예측은 없는데 그래도 잠깐에 우리가 예상했던 시간을 맞았잖아. 장 시작하면서 제가 급등할 것이다. 급등하는데 분명히 그걸 다 내려오는 게 분명히 나올 것이다. 저는 오늘도 뿌듯합니다. 제가 신문에서 그랬던 장면이 그대로 나왔어요. 지금. 아마 장 개장하면서 마이크로소프트가 다시 아까 분명히 플러스였는데 지금 마이너스 0.19고요. 100% 회복을 좀 했습니다. 근데 뉴스님의 말씀처럼 구글이 있고 마이너스가 좀 심해지고 있고요. 메타 마이너스로 돌아섰고요. 엔비디아도 상승폭을 반납하고 있어요. 아마존도 마찬가지고요. 테슬라도 양정을 했습니다. 테슬라도 양정을 했고요. 이런 것들이 과연 이제 장후반부에 어떻게 될지 아주 기치가 주목되는 상황입니다. 자, 뉴스님, 제가 말씀드렸던 대로 지금 이 지점 18,000, 이 지점에서 어마어마한 싸움이 이루어지고 있어요. 계속 회복하려고 하는 그림과 그걸 뚫고 올라가는 그 힘과 그 모든 게 지금 합쳐져 있는 상황 같고요. 지금은 달러가 강세로 올라가다가 다시 또 좀 내려오고, 비트코인이 또 상승을 하고 있네요. 지금 비트코인입니다, 진짜. 그리고 신용문, 주식이 떨어진 거 신용문 채권입니다. 인용문 채권 또 상승했어요. 달러도 그래서 주식이 좀 빠지고 있는 것 같은데요. 아직은 모르겠습니다. 장 후반부를 어떤 역전이 일어날지, 그 이유는 또 12시에 지금 저희가 오늘 미스님 12시에 나와 있는 미국 신규 주택 판매까지만 한번 볼까요? 일단 부모의 약세를 보이는 거에 대한 현재는 비슷한 나오진 않고요. 속도는 노바시에서 발표만 사실 문제했다. 그다음에 아직 다른 건 없어요. 근데 지금은 제가 봤을 때는 이대로 하더라기에는 너무 장이 아직은 크고요. 조금 더 지켜봐야 될 것 같은데. 오늘 공문시에 예정돼 있는 1월 10일 휴대폰에 그 발표를 보면서 매매 타임 한 번 더 잡는 게 어떨까 그렇게 생각합니다.
아직 애매하네요. 매매 들어가기는 좀 그래요.
아니 애매합니다. 지금의 중요한 지점입니다. 오늘 추세를 바꿀지 여기서 이대로 무너질지 아직 참 시작한 지 이제 24분 흘렀는데요. 그래도 참 시작하고 30분은 돼봐야 할 수 있습니다.
그쵸. 그리고 지금 나오는 뉴스에 보니까 나스닥은 계속 올라가고 있고 한 0.03% 정도 올라가고 있어 가지고 하하 매도로 들어가야 되는데 이건 좀 아닌 것 같은데 일단 조금 더 지켜봅시다.
교수님 아까 저는 그냥 지금이야 때리시는 거예요. 그거 기다리고 내 토피 왔을 때 가는 거죠 매매는.
나중에 도의 소리 주식은 본인의 책임이죠 이런 소리 나올 수 있으니까 그냥 안 하고 있어요. 오케이 5분 전이고 과연 어떤 결과일지는 곧 알 수 있을 것 같습니다.
자, 발표 5분 전, 발표 5분 전. 과연 오늘 발표가 이 하락을 다시 그대로 하락을 만들지, 아니면 여기서부터 강한 반등을 만들지, 정말 기대됩니다. 스님 기대해 볼게요. 아까도 말씀드렸지만, 투자는 본인의 책임을 맞죠. 하지만, 같이 항상 책임질 수 있잖아요.
꼰대 소리. 좋아요. 아니 분명히 저는 지금 그렇게 나이가 그렇게 많이 먹는 거 아닌 것 같은데 꼰대 냄새. 진짜.
청취자 여러분, 이런 인신공격을 참지 못하겠습니다. 저는 리스님은 공주님이라고 생각하거든요. 항상 이렇게 받들어주는데 이렇게 무시한다는 건 그만해야죠. 헤어질 때가 된 거예요. 하여튼 좀 더 지켜보고 가지고 지켜보겠습니다. 저 내일부터 한 번씩 찾지 마세요.
예, 가세요. 나중에 저를 같이 마세요. 내가 나중에 엄청 성공하고 나중에 뷰스님 저를 섭외해주세요. 이럴 거예요.
기대되네요. 한번 지켜보시죠.
네, 이것도 차트도 한번 지켜봅시다. 지금 좀 떨어지고 있는데
자, 발표 3분 전, 발표 3분 전. 발등을 때리시는군요. 들어가셨으면 지금 실기예요. 내가 좀 더 분명히 들어가시라고 했죠. 제가. 그러시면 다행입니다. 다 발표 2분 전, 발표 2분 전. 예수님, 우리가 빨리 열심히 해서 매매 성공을 얻어야지 스타트업을 진짜 잘해볼 텐데요. 진짜, 니스님은 매매 잘하셔야 되는데, 아직까지는 잘하고 계세요, 제가 봐도. 조금 더 잘하는 거죠. 근데, 조금 더 화이팅 하십시오.
네, 여러분 화이팅 하시고 조아씨도 화이팅 하세요.
발표 1분 전, 발표 1분 전.
돌리네요. 어떻게 될지는 잘 모르겠는데 제 간만 믿으면 확 떨어질 것 같아요. 지켜봅시다. 1분 전 30층인가? 10 두근두근 오케이, 가봅시다. 오케이, 거봐요. 바로 쭉 떨어지네요.
피스님, 오늘 진짜 대단하십니다. 일단은 발표는 안 좋게 나왔고요. 발표는 안 좋게 나왔습니다. 예상치도 낮게 나왔고, 이것도 시장에서 어떻게 예상을 할지. 예상치가 684K인데, 실제로 661이 나왔어요. 이거는, 저 일정 수치보다 조금 낮은 거거든요. 그렇다면 연기가 연기 침투라는 얘기인데 이거 좀 지켜봐야 되는 상황 같습니다. 뉴스님, 오늘은 뉴스님의 강한 촉을 2번을 놓쳤어요. 저 때문에. 정말 죄송하지만 오늘은 이 촉을 놓쳤기 때문에 좀 더 지켜보는 상황이 돼야 될 것 같은데 오늘은 시청자분들과 이 팀에서 인사를 드리고 청취자분들과 저희는 매매에 집중하는 게 어떨까요?
네, 좋습니다. 덕분에 우리 대본이 잘 보이지만 조아씨 커피 사세요. 저한테. 오케이, 우리는 방송은 커피 방송까지 하고 그리고 내일 한 3시 반 하고요.
And Twistle, Managing Director of Morgan Stanley Private Wealth Management, joining us to talk about what's happening in the markets. And Nathan Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Policy Analyst, he's down in Washington, D.C. I think all the blame for all the
감사합니다. 정치자 여러분들, 내일 뵙겠습니다. 항상 말씀드리지만 부탁드리고 저희에게 힘이 되는 구독과 좋아요 부탁드립니다.
After records last week, the major stock averages inching higher this morning, just a few inches. 6 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 are higher, led by consumer discretionary stocks. And that's driven by shares of Tesla that went up about 2%. Biggest drags coming from communication services and utilities. Communication services is where you find Google, down about 2%. Bubble? What bubble? Patrick Armstrong at really well says AI-related stocks may have further to run.
I don't expect the steep upward rally that we've had for the last few months in these stocks to continue, but the stocks that are the AI beneficiaries have incredible pricing power, incredibly strong revenue growth. They're long multiples, so we think those multiples are deserved.
Up a point, 5,090. Nasdaq 100 4 points higher. It's up less than
boy, markets moving higher. Nvidia is raising a lot of technology. Rates of price. I was still
Nothing to say, making my dreams come
rocket scientist, but
SpaceX rocket, I think, is what they used. Is that right, Jonathan?
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, I think it was a SpaceX rocket.
Well, there's not that many options, right?
No. I mean, I don't think. No.
Blue Origin, you could do, right? You could do a Blue Origin rocket.
But like NASA doesn't have any rockets.
farm it out. That was part of the
That's
cost
the whole
cuts.
deal.
Yeah.
It's too expensive.
Berkshire Hathaway, people are talking about this thing getting close to $1 trillion valuation. Fine. All I care about is what are they going to do with their cash. Matthew Palazzolo, he joins us here. He's from Bloomberg Intelligence. He covers all the insurance companies in Berkshire. So, Matthew, how much cash do they really have on their balance sheet? And we've been asking the same question for years. What did they do with it? Any new coming out of Omaha?
No. So, about $168 billion cash. We've been talking about this for a long time. We've had a ton to do with cash. Buffett had said there's almost no targets outside of the U.S. that he would be interested in, and the ones inside the U.S. price are going to competition. So it was a real, I thought, a kind of negative tone in the letter, not only on that, but on some other things.
Walk us through that.
Yeah, so last year, Buffett said we think the energy business and the railroad business are going to be lower. What happened was they were lower, but there was actually more externalities as well that made them worse. And their they're not keeping it to support the businesses. They're getting them. They'll never pay them, right? So I think in a post-Buffett Berkshire, maybe that's something that would be regulable. I'm not 100% sure, but it's never going to happen.
And that's just a philosophical thing.
Yeah, he thinks that we can do better with
Like, is it in bonds?
It's in bonds, it's short-term securities. What happened last year was said it again in the letter this year that he wasn't going to buy it. But something I thought kind of fits into his niche would be maybe entertainment, right? So if you think about the thing, there's a lot to say. I think that because
a girl who wanders out at night into the forest. Someone could very easily have been attacked by wolves. She was alone into the forest. Poor girl.
but they are steeply involved in these things that are just not going well. And I think that, I don't cover it, but, there you go, Paul. Maybe you have an idea going up. But
the whole town's for sale.
There's always going to be a market for something to be entertained. So I don't know. Maybe there's something in there.
Well, I mean, to your Oxy point, I mean, it's not that he was a good deal. Like, he got a really good deal on some shares when Oxy was to buy Anadarko, and they needed cash, quickly. Bid. So, like, will things get dramatic enough or distressed enough for there to be a really good deal? It might not be by the whole deal, you think?
He always says he would love to own all of the companies. He would love to own them.
Poor girl.
He's not interested in necessarily running.
Into the forest. She was alone. Poor girl. The direct reaction causes psychophysical transformation. Poor girl. Into the forest. Transformation. She would behave in a very strange way.
We appreciate it. Thank you very much joining us.
She would lose complete control of herself, transform absolutely. And her face was like a beast.
Sounds like a really good vacation. Hathaway just talked about that. That's still climbing right now. Class B Then economic data this morning, sales of new homes in the U.S. edging higher in January. Increasing 1.5%. That was
This is Dennis G, and you're listening to.
We also got you covered when it comes to what do you do with your money. So I was out last week, and my big takeaway was that nothing actually changed. Stocks are definitely still going up. Everyone's really confused about it and scratching their head, yet no one's actually selling necessarily. You cannot get a sell in this rally. Kathy Entwistle is managing director at Morgan Stanley Private Wealth Management, and she joins us now. Kathy, why won't markets go down? asset allocation and your barbells and all of that. What do you pay attention to? Like, is it when the earnings cross the tape? Is it going to be the PCE on Thursday? Is it going to be the Fed? Like, we all know where this is going, right? So do you just kind of like do your thing and check back in 6 months later?
I try, I do look at the different data that comes across, whether it's, PMI or housing starts, things like that. I think it's interesting that we're starting to see the numbers look a bit more positive for home buyers, right? And it's probably because sometimes when people are waiting to process that demand up, so then eventually they have to start. I know a lot of investors are starting to think about purchasing, they just can't wait. There's also the idea that they can always refinance in a few years if rates do go down. So I think that you have to look at your priorities and start having goals of what they will look like. And then try to find the best way possible to do that. In terms of looking at all these different numbers, it's a little easier for me in the sense that we have more to do. We don't have institutional clients. I have business owners, entrepreneurs, executives that are trying to figure out what they're doing build and last. I have conversations with a lot of clients that are their whole life they've been doing insurance, right? And it's pretty, low key. Now they're starting to think about money and I'm in the distribution phase. Like, how am I going to start using that money for the rest of my life? And it's a little scary, which is why I also think clients can do a financial plan. Great roadmap year to year about what kind of money will come in into your portfolio and how to save it throughout each year so that you have it for the rest of your life. So these are like the longer term themes and topics I'm thinking about when I think about clients. And I'm also looking for earlier people were talking about how there's strategies and opportunities and dislocations in the market. I've always thought that that's the best way to think about clients' portfolio or their individual portfolio. When there are dislocations out there, you tend to take advantage of them. So when we see deal issues between individual investors, their deals are going they've had a run. We had like a 10-year, double-digit return. I think it was like, what was it, 2010 or sort of 2020, something like that. We like alternatives in the terms of we see double-digit returns for the next 10 years. So we definitely want our clients in it. And so I'm looking at an asset allocation anywhere on 50. Now there's a fixed income
Really interesting.
Yep.
That's a lot though.
It's very typical now. It's like, I would say that's what's typical for the
All right, Kathy, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate that. As always, Kathy Entwistle, Managing Director of Morgan Stanley Private Wealth Management. But I mean, yeah, I know exactly. It was a very, I slipped in there. The country club, I've made it once. The Ridgewood Country Club also, mini golf also. It's a great course. Love it there. But we were at a remote for one of our RIA folks, registered investment advisors. That's what the advisors were saying. They have a ton
Yeah, but it's like with Bitcoin. It's like, is it 10% or 1%? And that really makes quite a big
Mobile news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it. Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Wallace, and this is Bloomberg. I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom. This Bloomberg Business Flash. The major stock averages right now they're higher to little change as we enter a week of economic data. In the S&P 500, the number of stocks advancing and declining is just about evenly split right now, and the volume a little lighter than usual. Palo Alto Networks among the leaders in the S&P 500 as well as the Nasdaq 100. It's up 7% on last week's plunge following its earnings report. On Wednesday, we're going to get a reading on GDP that's followed by Thursday's PCE, the Fed's preferred inflation measure, and economists Lindsay Pizzaga and Steve Nicholas see some risk that inflation is just about to accelerate.
With the economy accelerating into the year end and the consumer still very resilient, it's not yet clear that the Fed has done enough to ensure that the U.S. economy gets back to a place of price stability.
And right now the S&P 500 unchanged at 5,089. The Dow Jones Industrial average 60 points higher, 39,192. Two-year yield 2 basis points higher, 10-year up 2 basis points.
Thank you so much, John Tucker. So I was away last week, and one thing that didn't change is that former President Donald Trump still grinds his way towards the GOP nomination, and there's continuous dysfunction in Washington. Shut down this week, and then next week is a shocker. I mean, everyone was surprised. Let's go to Nathan Dean. Let's see if he was surprised. Nathan Dean of Bloomberg Intelligence, senior policy analyst. Nathan, I know it's lame, but I want to start on the shutdown risk. So partial shutdown risk for Friday, and March 8th would be a full shutdown. How worried do I need to be? I feel like I have shutdown fatigue.
So if you're sitting in New York and you're trading in the markets, you don't need to be worried all that much because scary headlines associated with market or shutdowns doesn't equate to scary markets. And we have not seen much of an impact, even for the 35-day shutdown that we had under President Trump. The S&P 500 had actually been up prior to when the shutdown started. Even if you're looking at defense contractors, which really not most of these defense contractors have their projects 18 months, 2 years down the line. There's really not much of an impact per se for the shutdown. Now, if you're in the commodity space, on March 1st, the Department of Agriculture is one of these agencies that will shut down. Some of those reports will come out. The U.S. reports are actually part of the second shutdown of March 8th. So a lot of the data that traders use could be delayed, but ultimately shutdowns really impact things for the U.S. traders. A lot of headlines that affect the market. All right, so let's see something like this. Yeah, so I don't think that's going to come up in the shutdown debate this week. Look, the House doesn't come back to the even if they don't, let's just say that there's a shutdown going into next week, there's not enough time for the Ukraine aid to be a part of that. So I think what will happen is that sometime next week or either this week, they'll kick the can down the road and they'll kick it to April. And then we have a deadline of April 30th. That is a 1% sequester if we are operating under a continuing resolution. I would anticipate the Ukraine discussions to come in at that point because nobody in Washington wants to sequester, especially one that impacts the Department of Defense. There has been talk about a discharge petition. This is a little wonky way the Democrats are trying to force a vote in the House going over Speaker Johnson. I'm not putting much credit into that just because it takes a lot of time. The easier way for the Ukraine to go forward, and we are cautiously optimistic that if we get there, is that Senator Schumer includes it as part of a funding deal in April to avoid the sequester. We'll go through the same headline risk and the same, concerns over is the government going to actually do this or not. But ultimately, I think some form of funding can be found.
It's just amazing. It's just amazing to me. I know we all say this, but like if anyone ran their own budget, like it's a disaster. So this is the one quickly then. In South Carolina, the news, the Koch brothers super PAC is not no longer funding Nikki Haley, and they hate her because they actually want to go fund Congress or the Senate, House of Representatives, because that's what they think makes a difference. How will this story play out?
So ultimately, I think what we're telling our clients and working with our clients, especially with non-U.S. investors on this, is, okay, at this point we have many months until the election. Let's talk about the potential policies that could come up. Let's think about what President Trump would want to do if he becomes president. Because on day one, he's going to implement a lot of executive orders. One of those could be the Inflation Reduction Act. There are a lot of tax incentives geared towards clean energy and to the solar industry in there that could be delayed, discarded, and done away with that ultimately could impact that sector quite a bit. So in terms of like where we are and trying to think of like what's going to happen with the election, once I think we get through Super Tuesday, I think markets and the United States will disagree. This is a race between President Biden and President Trump. We need to start thinking about, okay, what's going to happen if they become president and the likelihood and the what-if scenarios of how does it impact us.
Yeah, that's interesting, Nathan. I can't imagine any non-U.S. investor trying to handicap just the political risk in the U.S. market. I mean, is there a way that people come to hedging their positions, or just kind of wait and see how this plays out?
Well, I think a lot of it is also just trying to wait and see what plays out, but a lot of it is what if scenarios. So, generally presidents in the second term of their administration, I'm just going to presume here that President Trump, this would be like a normal second term, is that presidents usually tend to lose their political capital after about 1 year to 18 months. Why would Congress want to stick their necks out for somebody in year 3 or year 4 when they're not going to be here? So presidents tend to move internationally and stay away from Congress and look across the ocean per se, because the power of the presidency is a lot more powerful there when it comes to foreign policy, trade, and tariffs. So I think as traders, if you look through this, they're probably going to have about 1 year of domestic policy front where they're going to try and work with Congress to get things done. The second year is probably going to be a regulatory year, so if you're in the financial space, you'll have new leadership at the Fed and the ACC and the SEC. And then year 3 and year 4 is going to be more of a geopolitical macro year, because that's when the presidency, we saw this under President Obama, we saw this President George W. Bush, they look outwards, and you're going to see a lot more negotiations, trade deals, and so forth. Look, there's always a chance that there could be a no labels candidate, a third party candidate, or maybe really decide to take on There's always going to be a chance. But the general consensus, at least from the Washington folks that I work with and speak to, is that this is just going to be the regular conventions that they're going to give the votes to President Trump, and he's going to be the nominee. Because ultimately, I think there are a lot of the Republicans out there, and we're starting to see this in the Senate with their endorsement of President Trump, is, look, the idea here is that if he wins, we have 4 years, and then he's gone. If he loses, he's gone. So a lot of the Republicans out there say, look, we'll just support President Trump, and then we'll live the fight 4 years from now, or later next year.
Looking at the markets here, really not much happening here. S&P 500, I'm going to call that unchanged. Same for the Dow. We've got the NASDAQ up about 0.2%. The VIX under 14. I'll call that out for 10 yields. Slightly higher 10-year Treasury, 4.27%. Not much happening there. Call out WTI crude oil for Alex. Up about $0.50 here. $77 for WTI crude oil. And Bitcoin, it's up 1.6%. 52,600.
sold roughly $1.5 billion worth of Walmart stock at the end of this week. Covered near a record high. The Walmart Family Holdings Trust sold 8.82 million shares. The SEC filed some notifications after balance and profit. Outperforming 2% advance in the S&P. Citigroup coaching, they hired JP Morgan's Vishwa Raghavan as head of banking and executive vice chair, as CEO of the president of the United States. And the new role, Raghavan will run one of the 5 core businesses, corporate and commercial banking. And we'll talk about Berkshire, the pile of cash that Berkshire has been sitting on has hit a record above the campaign. Deals that are fairly similar. In the fourth quarter, it was $167.6 billion in the annual shareholder letter and 94 funds capable of truly moving the needle in Berkshire, and they've been endlessly picked over. And finally, Domino's Pizza delivered sharp gains for its shares in the market profit peak for the latest
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Monday morning, everybody. I'm Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney. You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence. We give you all the analysts, all the data from our amazing crew right here at Bloomberg. For now, let's get to Michael Barr, though, with world and national news.
Alex, Paul, Joe, thank you very much. The President, Joe Biden, will convene the top 4 congressional leaders at the White House tomorrow to discuss the emergency aid package for Ukraine and Israel. Biden is also calling for avoiding a government shutdown next month. Bloomberg News senior editor Bill Ferry says without an agreement on foreign aid, the U.S. government is at risk of a shutdown.
You've got this. It's let's say about half a dozen agencies that are involved that will run out of funding this week, and then additional a whole other slew of departments that would face the same fate just a week from now. So those talks have always been contentious. This is, I think, I'll probably get this wrong, but it's at least the 3rd extension on the budget for these agencies.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says that 31,000 Ukrainian soldiers have been killed in action in 2 years since Russia launched a full-scale invasion. Zelensky says that despite the current stalled aid package in Congress, he believes the U.S. will ultimately come through with badly needed ammunition. Zelensky spoke while answering reporters' questions at the Ukraine Year 24 Forum in Kyiv. It's a financial blow to the sole remaining Donald Trump challenger. Charles Koch-backed Americans for Prosperity Action will cut off funding for Nikki Haley's presidential campaign. After clashes with former President Trump, the chair of the Republican National Committee, Ronna McDaniel, stepped down on March 8th. With 2 weeks until the Oscars, Oppenheimer may be unstoppable. The movie about the atomic bomb won top prizes at both the Producers and Screen Actors Guild Awards over the weekend. The movie also won Golden Globes and Critics' Choice Awards. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it. With Bloomberg News Now, I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg. Paul, Alex, John.
I still prefer Barbie. That's all I'm saying. I've seen both.
Oh, wait,
I'm just
who's
saying.
hosting the Oscars? I'm sorry.
I have no idea. Yeah. Why would I know that?
I wasn't really. I was looking at you.
I
But
think
it
it's
was-
June. I think it's June. Well, I've got to be at my wife's Oscar party, serving beer and everybody. That's
Even before it happens, I gotta go to bed. Okay, so Paul was just complaining about gas prices. Fair enough. Here's a 3-fun article that I just feel like encapsulates the EV issue, right? Because one solution is to have high gas prices go buy an EV. First off, Renault is finally launching a lower end, when I say lower end, cheaper EV costing
it doesn't work the month of August.
It's true. You shut it down. This is.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance is for the U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, coming up in this hour, we're going to check in on the Amazon story. It's now part of the Dow Jones Industrial. So let's get the latest on Amazon and its growth strategy. And then Jennifer Reed, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Antitrust Analyst. There's some big deals out there that are facing antitrust review. Most recently, Capital One and Discovery Marks. We're going to get the rundown of all these deals. Many of them get regulatory review. And then Sean O'Hara, President of HTS, joins the show to talk about ETF investing. This hour, lots of stuff. Let's kick it off. Mr. Johnson.
All right, not a lot of movement right now. S&P 500 pull on Alex, a little changed. And hanging out in record territory. You have 7 of the 11 major industry groups lower right now. Utilities, the biggest drag. Energy, that is the best performing sector right now in the index. And then you have Palo Alto Networks and Domino's Pizza, some of the leading stocks right now. This is a week chock full of economic data. The big one on Thursday with the Fed's preferred inflation measure. And meantime, Jim Bianco at the Research isn't ruling out another rate hike from the Fed this year, but he says it's probably unlikely.
What's happening in the markets? John was just saying, not a whole lot at the index level. It's a little bit good. Norma Linda, she covers all the markets for Bloomberg News. Norma, what are you looking at?
Let's kick things off here with Moderna. That's ticker mRNA. Those shares are down as much as 4.8%. And this is all coming after HSBC cut its rating on the stock to sell from hold. And it's really just citing those uncertainties in regards to its revenue. An analyst over there said that we expect the COVID-19 vaccine transition to last throughout 2024, and thus revenue uncertainty should linger. Some context here, we do know that Moderna has really been trying to transition to other things outside of just the COVID-19 vaccine here. So it's trying to transition to RSV, flu, different vaccines instead of just relying completely on income that it gets from COVID-19.
Well, yeah, and Moderna, in essence, they were creating an mRNA vaccine for cancer.
Right.
Like that's when they were doing a lot of work, and they happened to then pivot and then go to COVID. So they definitely still have other stuff in the pipeline. They're working on it. Just a matter of when that's going to wind up taking off.
Exactly. So those shares are essentially just lower off of HSBC saying that they don't know how quickly they can make this transition.
Yeah. All right, Berkshire Hathaway?
Yeah, so I mean, of course, this is lower than when we spoke earlier this morning, but nonetheless, this company has really been in focus. Looking at those Class B shares, those shares are down about 0.4% here, and this is actually after the company had opened higher at a record high here. And so it's really interesting as you're seeing this big conglomerate company almost pushing towards $1 trillion value mark, but now sliding here as investors get a little bit apprehensive.
right, you got Alphabet there too. What are you looking at for Alphabet?
Yes, those shares are falling as almost 3% here. This is all coming amid concerns about its position in generative AI and the risks to its search business. And of course, the competition of a lot of AI competitors. When I think about the tech space and AI, I really just feel like it's a boxing ring where everyone's just trying to see who can make it to the top. But Alphabet has had a few missteps. Like last week, they had a pause of the image generation for Gemini AI model, which everyone was focusing on. And analysts are saying that this is creating the perception that Google could be an unreliable source of information.
You know, I do, by mistake, hit that Gemini button when I click on this. Yeah, and I asked if I want to get started. Hi, I'm Gemini. Send me your info. Start your ideas. Right command. Have you used Gemini?
No, I've actually never used Gemini.
Yeah, I know. We're definitely not over here.
I don't know, but I guess also I don't really use ChatGPT any of those things yet, so I don't
I think that's the spirit. Of course, we know we're not. It's just a matter of the ad spend. Like you got to show it to get the ad revenue at the end of the day, right? So if they weren't dependent on ad revenue, maybe it would be a different story.
Right, but kind of what I've learned is, that advertisers should follow the revenue points. Up 50. Nora, thanks so much for doing this program that covers all of the markets for us for Bloomberg News. Amazon, that's another big name now. That is now they are the biggest player on retail, but also put on boil, it's your job to figure all that stuff out. Senior analyst cover all the retail stuff. Go talk to your client play on Amazon. Is it shut up, I gotta own it, or I own it only for the cloud, or what's the story here?
advertising growing to $100 billion in just a few years. So you're talking about $50 billion in advertising, plus if you add another 60, 70 of cloud, you're talking a big profit number here. And I think that's what's getting people excited. Aside from that, retail is growing, and part of the reason that advertising is doing so well is because you talked about search a little earlier. People go into Amazon, what's search engine, right? You go in and you search for something, but the difference with Amazon versus the search engine is you go to the purchase step. People go into Amazon looking for something and just click that buy button. They already know they want it. They just want to find it and get it there in 2 days or less.
That is such a good point. And this is a great example of the story of Amazon replacing laundry. So I was talking to an anchor who's been struggling with feeling sick and feels like that winter, like she's just sick all the time. And I was telling about Airborne, which you take for the oh, where do I buy it? Amazon. I'm like, no, you're looking at drugstore 2 blocks away. But that idea, right? That like walking those 2 blocks isn't going to happen, and I have to go to Amazon to buy the thing because it'll come in 2 days and I'm not even worried about it. Where is the downside though? I mean, you laid out a pretty committed. So how do I don't know, what do I worry about?
I think, the downside looking at for a recession, clearly Amazon will be impacted, right? So will the rest of retail. But I think that's near term, and as we've seen in the past cycle, what goes down sometimes eventually. Amazon is one of those places where we think we can feel for the longer term. There's just a lot of opportunity across the before, but I ordered today in less than 24 hours, sometimes 8 to 12 hours. And that's pretty incredible. And that's really part due to their alignment with their distribution centers, which they're able to infuse an even faster delivery.
I have a general idea what Tina and the family would. All these distributions. I think we got to. We have to be like the distribution company we're supposed to. Oh yeah. That's where we see the go. So let's back away from Amazon. Talk about retail. What's the consumer
holiday was really, really strong last year. So I think when these companies report 4Q results, you will see some reflection of that, even across the department stores. But the question is really, once again, on the longer term, right? Where do they stand in the longer term? Is this a viable business model? How many stores should they have? How kind of grappling with right now. And we are in an environment where the consumer is spending on needs over wants. And if it is on wants, they're traveling. That's where they're going.
Yep. So we're, we talk about inflation, Poonam. Prices by and large in the supermarket don't come down. Everything shot up 100%. Just the inflation rate of growth is slowing. How about for like Adidas? Did they ever cut the price of a shoe because inflation is declining? Is that ever?
No, they are different, right? So if you want some prices down, retailers use different mediums to do that, but these prices go up. They don't come down.
That's probably, that's why inflation is.
Kind of a small question, but really to my question. Are we going to see a lot of discounting from retailers? So I don't know if you guys know this. Have we talked about Alex as a counter indicator?
No.
I only shop on sale.
Okay.
So where I'm shopping, you should be shorting the stock. So this is the joke that winds up happening because I'm shopping there because their inventory is bloated and because the sales are so good. So am I going to be going to Bloomie's in the next couple weeks, or are they finally have their pricing power and inventory in check?
I think inventory is a bit more so I was in stores actually on Friday and the discounts were pretty reasonable. They weren't too aggressive with the discounts, so I think all in all, I can tell the stores were fine. Very, very quiet. So if there's inventory that's going into the store, and as stores put this inventory out there, they're going to feel like with their discounts. And we could see more discounts come in April on the spring inventory, but for now they're being steady and careful with them.
I bought a new sport coat over the weekend, and maybe I'll break it out for you guys on Friday. Something to look forward to.
Oh, we can't wait.
Can't wait.
This is the long sell. This is sort of a DT, as they call it.
Actually walked into a local retailer, shopping local. That's how you go. Because guess what? The Brooks Brothers in Shrewsbury Mall done. Closed. Yes.
Actually, I've been there.
This was question. So Poonam, what's the? Is there a fashion thing out there that's moving the market, moving the needle, that's maybe getting one of your names kind of outperforming the other?
I think the whole fashion thing has maybe, I'm sure people are dressing down well, but there's more to someone who's trying to look a little bit more people are returning to work in more normal fashion. So we will start to see the career part of the
at some guy who was like wearing shorts.
Well, the one, the sandals is almost a metal change. The next one, I don't think.
Keep your toes in your shoes.
Yes, exactly. So, I'll send them a 6 Give them some advice. Punam Goyal, thanks so much for joining us. Punam Goyal, senior retail analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. New Jersey headquarters.
Here's a retail question, Chris, trivia question. This building in which we are working, 731 Lexington Avenue, takes up the entire block, which is enormous in New York City. Which retailer did we replace here? They tore it down to build this enormous building. It's
Neiman Marcus.
now it's no longer around.
No, I know it's one of those.
Ken?
Is it?
Ken Felia, global technical producer, got it right. Alexander's department store.
Oh, I would not have guessed that one.
Way
Okay.
back.
That's going way back. That's sat vacant for years and
This
years
one?
and years.
Because now we take over everything. And we're spilling all over the
since then, right? We've had allegations of or private litigation, public litigation against those two companies for antitrust violations, and we've had regulation. So this is this deal does have these strong pro-competitive benefits, but you've also seen massive political reaction against it. So you really have two very strong opposing sides, and I think it's just going to come down to the investigation and how the Department of Justice views the credit card issuing market and the overall credit card issuing market.
You've never backed down from anything in your life. Well, you maybe should have. You go through Night City knowing a straight bullet could end you while hailing a cab.
Seems like a reasonable
But that's never stopped you from taking action. If you gotta kill,
create a viable competitor to Visa, MasterCard. Otherwise,
if you gotta burn it all to
never
the
be a
ground,
viable competitor.
let it burn.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right, and that's why this is an important deal. Because, all companies do deals come out and say, oh, but also to program benefits, we're going to benefit consumers. And usually, sometimes the private deals it's unclear whether it's a decision. And most of the time, they say they don't it's a much stronger and it is how they and so keeping one of these it's so interesting you bring that up because I see so many parallels between that case and this case in completely different industries. Because there was a very strong argument that those two combined could bolster competition against the legacy airlines, Delta, United, etc. But the problem there was that there was a small set of consumers unbundled, low fares that were offered by Spirit, and we're going to lose out where JetBlue took over those routes and retrofitted planes and created more space and raised fares. In a weird way, you kind of have the same dynamic here. You can create a lot more competition as against the incumbents, big legacies, Visa and MasterCard, but you might have some sort of a negative effect on underserved consumers because Apple wanted to discover when they issue credit, they tend to focus more on underserved populations than those some of the other big issuers for credit. So people who are new to credit, people who carry revolving balance, subprime borrowers, and it may and Spirit, at the end of the day, that won't happen. There's a one because of that market impact on a small set of people. We have to see that here. But what you might have to do is stronger on the competitive side than you have in that case.
Today, December 4th. Isn't that an easy fix for you to sell some stores where they overlap?
That part of it is the easy fix. But when you start to do this, what are you going to sell? And both of those pieces have to process. So I think on what are you going to sell? That's probably the easy fix. Because ultimately the companies walk over with 20 stores or so, but they're not selling. The issue here, I think, is going to be all about the buyer. It's a single small segment that is the process to provide all the stores and companies and it's just not motivated to compete and motivated to keep these stores open. And it's they're going to have to convince the judge. And if they can convince the judge of that on the buyer side, I think the deal will get cleared. If they can't, then I think the FTC will win.
Is there an argument to be made for some of these potential deals that are getting hard time from the DOJ or FTC to buy time until November 6th of this year? Like, run out the clock? Like, it is a part of strategy?
I mean, absolutely. All you have to discover they very well probably don't. There I think to some extent it might depend on who you get at the DOJ, but I would still say that tips higher. The chances are probably tip higher if we have a change in administrations next year.
So, Jen, do you think this current administration, the fact that it is tougher on has had an impact on M&A activity? Or a lot of companies are saying it's not worth it?
Paul, it's been a really strange cycle in my mind. I think in the beginning, when deals started getting a lot of pushback, a lot more lawsuits than were expected, it sort of slowed things down, right? I feel like it was earlier last year when they slowed down. And now I feel like it's really picking up again. And so I think there are two reasons that it's picking up a lot, at least from the M&A side. One is Alex maybe at this point, if you file with the
Jen, we have like maybe a minute left, but what about energy? All the energy deals, any one of them not going to happen?
You know what? I feel my feeling, and I know it's surprising. My feeling on those is not all we can do. I think that there are just reasons for those markets, and I think the companies of the producers, which I think is going to be the area that is going to be the most concern. I think all those deals get done. And mostly, Alex, I'm saying that because when I look at the history of FTC action against these kinds of deals, I don't see anything that long. All of the divestitures, consent orders, types of law, all come to me and not upstream. So I think that's the reason why these deals get done.
This is our water cooler talk, by the way.
Yeah,
Like when I see Jen upstairs, we're getting coffee, we're like, hey man, let's talk about that oil deals, just so we're clear.
Are they going to get done? Jen Rhee, thanks so much for joining us. Jennifer Rhee, she is a senior litigation analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us via Zoom, and she is the go-to person on antitrust. And I'll tell you, institutional investors, her phone rings off the hook when there's a big deal. She has the goods here. With our news in New York City, here's Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Paul, Alex, and John. Nikki Haley's campaign is making a major elected today. Bloomberg's
This, of course, comes after her disappointing loss in South Carolina, and now the Charles-backed Americans for Prosperity Action will cut funding. It was $1 million to fall on advertising. But it says now, given the challenges the primary states ahead, well, it says it doesn't think it makes a substantial difference. Endorse her, but we'll focus on funding where it can make a difference. In fact, Bloomberg Radio.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says military still plans to raid major lynchings in the southern border city of Rafah, even if a hostage deal is struck. Michigan Congresswoman Debbie Binkley says invaded Rafah will put the Palestinian refugees at risk.
It would be outrageous for further innocent civilians to be killed. I know that the White House is working very closely with a number of other countries to make it clear that we cannot continue this
24/7 synthwave with all your favorite artists.
What's up? This is Miami Nights 1984.
This is Celerite LA Dream.
This is FM 84.
Hey everyone, this is Arcade High.
I'm Alex, aka Highway Superstar.
This is Night Ride FM.
Sean, thanks so much for joining us here. Talk to us about kind of where you're seeing the flows these days. Is everybody trying to chase the AI trade? Is it folks looking at tech? Where are you seeing kind of the flows these days?
I think it's still the same, the way it was last year.
joke about destroying the economy, but man, that data continues to hold up really, really well. Is there a sense to ETF flows, like big reversals are happening? And trying to understand where the biggest misprice is. Inflation kind of eventually coming down, the data still stays okay.
That's
options are limitless.
Literally. This is the good stuff. All right, we're going to have much more coming up for Bloomberg. You're looking at an S&P doing something. The S&P is pretty much flat on the day. Volume's also light on this Monday morning. This is Bloomberg.
Use of the technology for combat, machine learning algorithms that can teach themselves to identify objects, help to narrow down the targets. 85 U.S. airspace on February 2nd. Procter & Gamble, Church & Dwight, and other consumer good lines could be impacted by a city council bill. It would ban the sale of laundry and dishwasher detergent pods that contain polyvinyl alcohol. EPA is environmentally unfriendly. Societe Generale SocGen extended the hours of a night shift team to prepare for the U.S. reducing the time of to just 1 day. Banks, brokers, and investment houses have just 3 months to prepare for the U.S. switch to a faster settlement cycle in late May. We had 2 days, 15 plus 2, 17. Billion with a B, the Albert Einstein College of Medicine bronze
Republican frontrunner Donald Trump will each visit the U.S.-Mexico border in Texas on Thursday. Biden is set to visit Brownsville. Trump's campaign is still working out the exact location of his visits. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it. To the Bloomberg News Now, I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg.
Thank you so much, Michael Barr. So here is the story that, let's be honest, in the next few minutes is going to go number one on Read Go. Stories like
real deal. We hear from John Tucker, our congestion reporter, talking about it all the time. And so the question is, do they get an exemption? And apparently the MTA is kind of being very tight with the exemptions.
I mean, yeah, because it's just a slippery slope. Like one star, it's just going to keep coming.
I think John Tucker deserves an exemption. No question. Well, he gets anything.
And now that he's studying for his medical degree, that definitely is a big plus. Anyway, Balance of Power is coming up next with Joe Matthews at the time.
Less than a week until the start of a government shutdown. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as we count down to midnight Friday without a plan in place. And as Donald Trump tries to shut down the Republican primary following another blowout here, another blowout win in South Carolina, officially sweeping the early states. We're going to get the latest for you today from Bloomberg campaign reporter Mark Niket. And from Bloomberg government's Jack Fitzpatrick with an eye on Capitol Hill. Analysis today from Jim Ellis, the founder of Ellis Insight, as we read the tea leaves from over the weekend and dare look down ballot. Our signature panel is back together. Rick Davis, Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributors are with us for the duration. We start as always with a look at Wall Street. Let's get to Monday trading right now in New York with Charlie.
Stocks, bonds, and the dollar all seeing small moves as traders brace for a barrage of economic data and remarks from Fed speakers this week that will help shape the outlook for interest rates. The S&P lower by 5 right now, down 0.1% to Dow, up 8, up less than 0.1% while Nasdaq is up 18, a gain of 0.1%. 10-year yield 4.29%, and the 2-year 4.7%. I'm in a cage of your design.
us on YouTube right now. Search for Bloomberg Global News. There was a hope that over the weekend a plan would emerge. Sunday night, we were told, it did not happen. If you're following along on our home game, the government begins shutting down Friday, and would be totally shut the following Friday, March 1 and March 8. We're going to talk about this a little bit later on this hour. As we also pick up the pieces coming out of South Carolina. So now Nikki Haley is hearing what she has been through. With the money, the headline on the terminal, billionaire GOP donors pivot to Congress as Haley run fades. We're talking about the action that spent tens of millions trying to create a real challenge for Donald Trump by way of Nikki Haley. Billionaire industrialist announcing with Mark Duquette reporting to Bloomberg, national politics and government reporter. He's the man on the trail, and it's great to see you. Mark, after another primary weekend, we'll remind everybody that a week from tomorrow is Super Tuesday. Nikki Haley says she's in for the duration, at least through next week. Is that what you expect?
When the money dries up, they can't keep the lights on, not when they're necessarily so she's pledged to stay in the race until Super Tuesday. States that are voting here vote. She'll probably have enough money to do that. But as you said, the donors keep beating them now, deciding that they can't ultimately win. They don't want to keep funding the campaign. She won't just have the money. Yeah, I mean, that's to give a little bit too important. With the source of funding for her campaign, that she wasn't winning any elections. So not having that access to money, one and two would be less money than she has available. It's put on the signal to other donors that it's not a good investment anymore. We have to work out what my money
Michigan, Minnesota, Democrats or independents play in the Republican primary. Welcome to Bloomberg Radio and on YouTube as well. We've got a lot of folks here watching and listening, wondering what happens next. I want to go down ballot with you, but before we do that, your insights following Super Tuesday, or South Carolina rather, heading for Super Tuesday. Is this actually Nikki Haley's last stand?
Well, thanks so much for having me. And you think it would be, she loses basically 60-40 in her home state. Remember, before Republican electors had propelled her to being governor twice. I was amused a little bit that your earlier reporter indicated that Donald Trump is become, but I don't think that's the case in South Carolina. So some people are claiming that Trump didn't do as well in the suburbs as he should have around Charleston and Columbia. But still, 60-40 in the other person's home state, that's a pretty good indication that this race is over. So we'll see. We have Michigan tomorrow, and that's another indication for both Donald Trump and President Biden as to where we might be headed. And we should have official nominees here very early in March. If not by Super Tuesday, then certainly by March 19th in Ohio and Illinois and Arizona.
Yeah, it's interesting, Jim. We're all looking at Joe Biden more closely than the Republican contest in Michigan tomorrow. Maybe because there just isn't that much to watch when it comes to Joe Biden. And this is a very special circumstance that could present a problem for him nationally when it comes to Arab American and Muslim American voters. But as far as the Republican primary is concerned, like I said, I want to move down ballot with you. Listen to Nikki Haley last night. Does she have a point? In Iowa and New Hampshire, Trump won with about half the vote. We saw what he won with in South Carolina. If you can't win your whole party, how do you win the general?
Well, that's pretty common. This is a contested race, after all. Remember how many candidates we had running here. It's not as if you're unopposed for re-election. Really, as President Biden is, or as most presidents in the past, this is still the election, and the fact that he's doing as well as he has, I think is an indication that he's in very strong shape headed into a general election with the United Republican Party. I mean, no one really has had as strong as internal numbers over the course of this term of office that published as Donald Trump has. So I think he's in good shape.
Now let's insight right now on Bloomberg as we look to Super Tuesday, not presidential, but let's look at some of these races. Jim, starting with California, this is a lot of money spent, a lot of media, and a lot of attention here. I am Jim. It's looking like it's going into it. You certainly spent some money. But it's a jungle primary, as you can explain to our audience here. This has almost as much to do with second place as it does first, doesn't it?
It certainly does. So a jungle primary means everybody's on the same ballot, and the 3 states use this for their primary elections. California became one. It began in Louisiana, but they're going to change and go back to partisan. And Washington is the other state that uses it. So everybody's on the same ballot, and regardless of political party or percentage attained, the first 2 finishes here will be in the November general election. And I'm shifting gears to be said, Position 1, there's a real dogfight in Position 2, and it's one of the more unique and because you have both Adam Schiff and a former congresswoman, they're the 2 leading Democrats, and they're actually advertised to have Steve Garvey or the track of Steve Garvey coming in second place. Remember Steve Garvey was a famous baseball player, and they are, by claiming he's too conservative, and it's obviously the signal to conservative Republicans vote for him. So Schiff wants Garvey in second place. Therefore, he doesn't have to use the double Democratic election. Highly competitive, highly expensive. He wants Republicans next to him in the general campaign in order his advertising by claiming he won't support Donald Trump, so you have to go for this Eric Early. And so to help propel her into second place, it's really a fascinating situation in California that'll be decided on March 5th.
This is incredible maneuvering here before we move to another state, Jim. Is it more likely that we will have a Democrat or a Republican then if we're both spending as much?
Polling looks like Garvey is on the move. The polls are
we're looking at a three-way Republican race. What do we need to know?
Well, that's an extremely important race for Republicans, and this is a critical election cycle for the Republicans in the U.S. Senate. They have to take advantage of the favorable map. By that, I mean, of the 34 Senate races, the Democrats have to protect or defend 23. The Republicans only 11, and they really don't have very many vulnerable seats. The Democrats think they've got a shot at Texas. I don't think that'll be the case at the end of the day. It's really not the year that a presidential year cycle is for Democrats to protect. So it really comes down to Republicans not only getting a good or to they need to pretty much run the table and get to 52, 53, 54 to protect themselves against more unfavorable maps in 26 and 28. As we all know, Senator terms every 2 years, the third of the Senate is up. This year it really helps the Republicans. They have to take advantage of this map. Ohio becomes one of the key states. The West Virginia race without Senator Manchin in that race is negative advantage. So there really is effectively 50-50 right now from an electoral standpoint. Ohio, Montana, these are the next two that have to go to the Republicans for them to take advantage of. In that Republican primary in Ohio, you have a three-way race. Secretary of State Frank LaRose, State Senator Matt Dolan, whose family owns part of the Cleveland Guardians baseball team, and the third candidate, who both former President Trump and Senator J.D. Vance has endorsed, the businessman, oh my, escaping on his first name, Moreno, that will have a three-way race to win that nomination. Bernie Sanders, and he is very close to that race. It's a three-way race, and it's a I think frankly though, whichever one of the three candidates are actually going to shape, I think each of those candidates will be strong enough to go against Mayor Brown. And really from Senator Brown's standpoint, who's won a couple elections in Ohio before, the state has really moved right since his last election in 2018. And we have to remember these senators are so long. The last time people like Senator Brown and Senator John Kennedy from Canada were on the ballot in 2018. That was a good Democratic year. Way most people thought the Democrats. And so they were able to win in those years. And then the previous time, they had 2012. What was happening in 2012? They had a lot of and Senator
Fascinating. Someone who talked to Jim Wells was sunrise, but we didn't the Senate yet. The wild card for Maryland is very open. We've got a real conversation, Jim. I hope that you'll come talk to us on the road here throughout the balance of this cycle. Ellis Insight Election Analysis Service. Jim Ellis, thank you so much. Keep this all in mind as we go into Super Tuesday. It's not just Donald Trump and Nikki Haley we're talking about here, with massive implications when it comes to, yes, the balance of power on Capitol Hill. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Jack Fitzpatrick's going to come in next because that balance of power is not generating a budget. We could start shutting down Friday. This is Bloomberg.
data pack week right now. We've got the S&P 500 index just about flat on the day. It is down less than 0.1%, down 3 points right now at 5,085. The Dow is advancing, could see a record close, another record today. The Dow higher by 12 points right now. That is a gain of less than 0.1%. Key takeaway, little change there. We've got NASDAQ up 0.2%, higher by 26 points, now at 16,230. 10-year yield 4.29%. About 2-year right now 4.72%. Spot gold $100 an ounce to 2,027, down 0.4%. On West Texas Intermediate crude 77.50 a barrel, now by about 1.4%. The FAA has released a report on the safety culture of Boeing and says an expert panel found there was a disconnect between Boeing senior management and other members of the organization on safety culture. Boeing shares down now by 0.3%. Federal Trade Commission, 8 states, Washington, D.C. are suing about Kroger's $24.6 billion acquisition of Albertsons, arguing the tie-up to lower wages for workers, higher prices for grocers, Albertsons, and right now, Kroger. Stocks are trading little change, less than
'em expectations setting. You then saw the Sunday Republicans speaker that said it's Democrats who are introducing a new there's some nuts there. I think when you hear they are very likely going to take this up to the last minute if they do succeed in avoiding a shutdown. And there are maybe some games being played behind the scenes on expectation setting.
So let's talk options here, and we can remind everyone that this is not the full government. This is 4 departments or 4 spending bills that will be expiring on Friday. And these are the easy ones, right? If you can't figure that out, the week later is going to be really something. The Speaker of the House has vowed to not do another continuing resolution or short-term deal. It's time to impact. When will we know these other options that are going to sell?
That's another last-minute issue because we've heard from the Speaker, we've heard from others in House Republican leadership. It came up from Tom Emmer a little while back. They're not doing another continuing resolution, but if they don't have a deal that they can enact, they're not going to see the question is not
this is the granular stuff. Big picture is a meeting tomorrow, apparently at the White House. Joe Biden's invited Mike Johnson to come back with the other leaders. McConnell, Schumer, Jeffries will be there. What's the point if we've come this far without agreement?
We're at a point now where pressure is a major part of the negotiations of this cycle. That may be more of a factor on grant funding than government, but like I mentioned, we have a number of things that cannot go right these bills up to the top. There's a staring contest in shipping. Pressure is building on the toughest issues, and this meeting may not be glad-handing, but there'll be a sense of where they agree, where they disagree, as the ingenuity.
Then they come out to the sticks, as they say in the business. There'll be a stake out in the driveway. Those microphones will be set up. Does Mike Johnson walk out and badmouth Joe Biden, or say that we actually see eye to eye on some things?
It would be harder for him to say he sees eye to eye.
It would. Harder politically.
He's got to sell a lot to conservatives who do not want to deal with Joe Biden. He's in a tough spot. He's got a lot of members of his Congress who do not want to vote for the stopgap. They don't want to vote for anything to pass the Senate and get Biden's signature. By all moment, it's not politically.
That's going to be Ryan. We'll be talking about that. That is confirmed, right? Did they all accept the invite?
They're all invited. It would be unusual if anybody's
with Johnson too.
Yes.
Everyone else is just there. Am I right? That's the two keys. Yes. Now, I don't know if they're going to talk about anything else, like say Ukraine. Maybe this is a very specific topic meeting here, but this is the other matter. President Zelensky, who's been on quite a tour speaking of pressure lately, tells us that 31,000 Ukrainians have died at this point. And we're seeing this kind of last minute press from NATO members. Last week, there's
not yet, but that's very pressure. There's been bits of it's been pretty quiet the last week or so. We saw the centrist House plan we have a proposal. Look, it doesn't look like they're about to attach something to bills. It's not moving that, but the pressure is building. You see swing districts feel like they have there. It's a pressure campaign. I wouldn't say it's an absolute stasis. There's not been a lot of movement, not a lot of negotiating, but as the pressure builds, that's when you look for cracks in this.
Glad you mentioned that. This brings us to the idea of in relation to you. On Sunday morning television, sitting there with a Republican talking about this happening. By the way, the flannel, I guess it's Maine. It makes you wonder if we're getting closer to something here. Does Mike Johnson secretly hope that they do this and he doesn't have his fingerprints on it?
That is one way in which a discharge petition is sometimes useful. That's probably the most obvious way for a discharge petition to work, is if leadership isn't necessarily entirely opposed to putting a bill forward, but they have to go to the opponents and say, look, I had no choice.
Yes.
There are other ways. I think maybe even more important is if there are promises by Democrats to back him up, if there's a motion to vacate the chair and not allow his speakership to be kicked out because of this, that would relieve a lot of pressure on him and move him toward potentially favoring Ukraine. So those are two big questions there with pressure on Mike Johnson.
Then the Senate would have to, I guess, whatever they sent back over there. I bring that up because I'm just compelled by the headline. John Fuller has decided to endorse Donald Trump. This is about as close to Mitch McConnell as you can get here in the chain of command. How important that is. We've seen the hand of Donald Trump impact what's happening in the House to this extent.
Yeah, it is a sign of the strength of Donald Trump in Republican politics that if you were harshly critical of him following January 6th, now you see those same people coming back to endorse Donald Trump. He's had a huge effect on his ratings. He hasn't necessarily scuttled the possibilities in the he looms large in his that's not necessarily out of the question. But yes, the former president managed to basically kill a major piece of legislation, and it's going to be tough to see anything broad on immigration at the border because of
For
that.
sure. And the Senate leadership is starting to apparently come around on this now. That's one of the three Johns, I guess. I don't think Mitch McConnell is ever going to endorse Donald Trump. Maybe, I don't know.
We'll see. That's Trump is effectively the head of the Republican Party right now. It's a lot of support for Trump among people who might have surprised you.
Well, I'll tell you, we talk about politics a lot. We talk about the appropriation process, especially. But you're a generalist as well. You're a political junkie. You watch all this stuff. I keep hearing in this news. Two things that political journalists pioneered 4 years, or maybe more often. One of them is a contested convention. The other is a discharge petition. Because that could come anytime. Are we going to be in a world? Pretend we're not on the air right now.
That's tough to see. The number of things that have happened, could happen this year, that are so unusual. I'll admit, I'm a little more focused on the possibility of a shutdown.
Yes.
During the state of
Right. So now, I've asked a lot of folks this. We have less than a minute. Then delay the speech. Does Joe Biden go back to it from the White House?
It would be a massive embarrassment to cancel the State of the Union and shut the government down. I have to think they would stick to it. Biden would relish the opportunity to give a joint address and blame Republicans.
They can pay to keep the lights on in the chamber for that, right?
Yeah, Congress
cameras will work. Can you imagine the booing and the heckling on that night as well? Are you going to be there for it?
I don't think I'll be in there, but I'll be there.
All right, meet me in Stack Hall. I'll be there. Let's get you on. We have special coverage that night, State of the Union, as well as Super Tuesday. Both of them are next week. We'll find out if the shutdown coincides. With a lot more to follow today on the fastest show in politics. Thanks to Jack Fitzpatrick. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
The street at night, thinking about your perfect smile. Till we got into this crazy situation, and we're living under pressure. We're the victims of a time. It's so hard to survive when I'm so far from your light. Can you feel me tonight? 'Cause this is our last night. I'm reaching out for your hands. I lay down be so high, shining bright tonight. A lonely silver moon over the city streets. You're gonna be like we'll never be the same. I'm gonna run away, but it's around soon away. Wherever you are, I cannot reach you, I cannot touch you. Oh, wherever you go, I never forget your name. I remember who you are. Wherever you are, wherever you go.
12:40 on Wall Street from Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York.
Wherever you are, wherever
It's Monday here at the S&P 500. Little change down
you're
less
gonna
than
be like rain on the living side.
4 points
I will
down.
feel the grain
Higher
cold.
change on track.
Night will be so long, and every night and day the drops will flow. The light will disappear down in my eyes, and I will feel so alone. Wherever you are, wherever you go.
It will help shape the outlook for him.
Wherever you are,
10-year yield, 4.2.
oh, I will never forget you. Along the streets that never end, I never found my place. Wherever you are, it hurts to say never, but that would be enough forever. And my only hope is to dream of you again and again. Wherever you are, I cannot reach you, I cannot touch you. Hey, wherever you go, I never forget your name. I remember who you are. And my only hope is to dream of you again. You're gonna be so high,
Really good to see you, and thank you. You can
shining bright tonight. Oh, you're gonna be like rain. Wherever you find live inside.
So how does Donald Trump follow up the big win in South Carolina? That's the news today. Brownsville, Texas. He'll be there Thursday, it looks like, in a bid to pressure Joe Biden, making us all feel like this general election really is on, even if Nikki Haley is hanging in through Super Tuesday. Joe Biden, by the way, up in New York, raising money today. He's going to sit down with Seth Meyers for a taping tonight, according to the Associated Press. This is all part of the Seem Young effort here in Africa. Of course, all the candidates have their opportunity to do that. And I'm glad to say we've got the panel back together. We're putting the band back together here on Balance of Power. Rick Davis, who was missed for a week, is back. Jeannie Shanzano is here too, Bloomberg Politics contributors, as we look at the results from South Carolina. It's great to see you both on a Monday, a new week with new opportunities. Rick, what will those opportunities be for Nikki Haley as we learn that the Koch brothers are turning their money in another direction? How important is this to follow? Here's the lawsuit.
Carolina, so there was some note of optimism, but you have to attribute some of that to the Koch organization. It was on the ground, well-funded, and working to try and turn out the vote. So she's going to have to find new and exciting ways to get people to turn out, and this is pretty much a momentum play right now anyway. So I think her public statements will probably get more direct with Donald Trump.
Well, it prompted John Thune to come off the fence here, Rick, and endorse Donald Trump. As we were discussing a little bit earlier in the program, that's getting awfully close to Mitch McConnell. How important is that endorsement? What does it tell you about the establishment part of the party?
That does tell me a lot, Joe. John Thune's endorsement is very close to the leadership. He's one of the three Johns who made the and you have to assume it's a recognition of just the reality of the bandwagon you got going through the primary. Potentially could pick up Tuesday. I would also say it's probably that existed between Senate leadership and the House leadership has gone in barrel, but Senate leadership has kept their distance and have been the ones who have been endorsing other and so this is, I think, a representation.
Well, you know, the next conversation is hearing from Joe Cunningham at No Labels, who says Haley is, quote, somebody we would definitely be interested in. If she comes through Super Tuesday, maybe wins a couple of states, but clearly cannot win the nomination, Donald Trump becomes the presumptive nominee. Is that a conversation as a Republican that she should have? We've only got a minute left, but the two names that rose to the top, Kristi Noem and Vivek Ramaswamy, see either of those?
You know, it's hard to tell at this point. I don't think any of them gives Donald Trump an extra vote. In other words, votes he doesn't already get. I wouldn't think CPAC is particularly
fair enough. See, I don't know what CPAC represents. To be honest with you, at this point, the National Harbor is studded with red hats on Saturday. I'm not sure that it's impacting election results. It's the white ones. Everybody wants the white hats from Iowa. Rick Davis told us about them first. But you have to look on eBay, I guess, for them. We're going to have more ahead with the panel. We'll put Congress in front of Rick and Jeannie coming up here to see if we're actually going to shut down Friday and what our options are for Mr. Speaker. It's next.
company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg, I'm Charlie Hunnam, keeping an eye on fresh pet shares. They are now surging 17% as the natural pet food maker forecasts better than expected pet sales for 2024. Also, earnings per share beat Wall Street estimates right now. The stock up by about 17%. Moderna shares lower by almost 5% after HTSP's earnings right now start to reduce sell equivalent to hold, citing uncertainties to the drug
Get your countdown clocks ready. It does look like the government will begin shutting down Friday, unless, of course, Speaker Mike Johnson goes back on his vow to not pass another continuing resolution. That's what the wonks here call the stopgap approach to funding. It would buy us a couple of weeks, arguably, until they could figure something out. But, well, they haven't figured out anything yet. This would be the Friday. And the first round is the easy.
This is Dennis G, and you're listening to
HUD. The other stuff is a lot more intense. You're talking about the Justice Department, the Pentagon, Department of Homeland Security. If they can't figure out the first tranche here, what makes us think they could figure out the second?
each other, you know, all kinds of things. And the reality is you don't have that here. Speaker Johnson is a virtual unknown with the rest of the selling, the delegation, the Senate, the president. And that's a wild part of the open.
How we got here, how we get out of it. Davis and Gene Chanzano with us. This next hour, we're going to dig into that speech with a little bit more emphasis to Rick and Jeannie. President Zelensky, a number of dead in Ukraine. The clock is ticking on to hour 2.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power.
When will the money run out for Nikki Haley? Welcome to the fastest show in politics. As the Koch network steers its cash to other races after Donald Trump completed the sweep of early stage in South Carolina. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington, D.C. and Kaylee Solomon.
Yes, indeed. Of course, Nikki Haley is still pledging to stay in this race. Stay. The question, though, is will she stay in it beyond? With, as you say, big money donors starting to turn away from her. We've all been talking about how she has her reasons why not to see, but her reasons into a hard Yeah, it's not a lot of time. They said they may have tested the when it happened. I think the odds of shutdown probably ratcheted just that extra bit higher. They might have been high from the get-go, and that's not even to discuss supplemental funding as well, the geopolitical considerations they have to grapple with here as well, including funding for Ukraine and Israel.
Rick Davis and Jeannie Chanzano, our political panel, will be with us later this hour to talk about that Ukraine funding. We'll be joined as well by Laura Davison at Bloomberg and Andrew Smith from the University of New Hampshire Survey Center is going to be with us. He's doing research beyond New Hampshire now to try to answer a lot of the same questions we're asking.
Yeah, what are the polls signaling? And frankly, judging by South Carolina, the polls to this point have looked pretty accurate, at least when it comes to the dominance of the frontrunner, Donald Trump. So we've got a lot ahead for you here on Bloomberg Television and Radio. First